Morning, morning, morning. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Why is this? Wait, buttons. Buttons, buttons. Are you? There you are. Marvelous. I learned something fascinating today, which I have not known for the vast majority of my life. And that is, prepare yourselves, that is, that there was a person inside the E.T. suit. I mean, I suppose the other way of putting that, E.T. was a suit. I thought E.T. was animatronics all these years. Turns out that there was someone inside the E.T. suit. I've only learnt that today. I was today years old when I learnt there was someone inside the E.T. suit. There you go. That was my fantastic fact. Wasn't that both made on the scene? So there were scenes where it was animatronics, but apparently the vast majority of it was a dude in a suit. A dude who had no legs. I just thought the whole thing with that was animatronics. I've lost this picture again. Where the hell's the picture gone? Gnome world. Gnome world. There are people in Dalek. Oh no, I know about people in Daleks. I know about the fact, who was in R2D2. I know about like Daleks and R2D2 and all the ones because the thing is normally those people are talked about. I feel like the dude who was inside ET just wasn't spoken about. But yes, anyway, I've now learned about him and that he exists. So knowledge has been expanded. Milka. Hello, Milka. How are you doing? How's it going? So, wait, are you? Are you there? Where are you? Oh, you're there. Let's get rid of you. That doesn't need to be in there. Marvellous. Thumbs, you've never seen E.T. Oh, man. Now, you see, the thing is, I want to tell you, Thumbs, that you should watch E.T. I want to tell you should watch E.T., but I've not watched it in a really long time, so I don't know. Like, I'm sure if I watched E.T. now, a lot of my enjoyment would come from, like, the nostalgia trip in my brain. I don't know if I watched it fresh now, whether I'd still have, like, it'd have any kind of, like, the same impact. Milk, you're good. Excellent. Excellent that you're good. Sado, you don't think you've seen E.T. either? Oh, man. Okay. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know. I don't know if we can be a community anymore. Sado, you've seen some movies with bearded people. Does this compensate enough? What, for having not seen E.T.? I, 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 I mean, what I would say to that, Sado, is if you believe that watching bearded people compensates for having not watched E.T., I have a distinct feeling you don't know what E.T. was about. If you think that that's that's a comparative watch, maybe you've misunderstood what E.T. was about. I don't worry, you know that ET is about a bicycle and a saucer. Exact, nailed it. Yep. Yeah, that is the whole of ET, a bicycle and a saucer. And going forward, Sado, I want I want you to write all the descriptions of movies going forward. I need Sado's descriptions of movies as a regular feature. Men in Black is about bringing minorities into the government secrecy. Yes, sure, yeah. A young man on a desert planet finds a robot and rescues a princess and discovers he's her brother. That one is... that. I think we need to be more obscure. I want more obscurity. But yes, accurate. You forgot their dad being a jerk that went to buy milk. I watched, on the subject of watching things, what did I watch this weekend? I watched... actually, funny enough, I watched some anime after all the conversations about anime last week. I actually ended up watching some of that. What else did I watch? I watched something else as well, which I think was on Prime. Did I watch something on Prime? I don't know why I'm asking you guys. You guys don't know what my watch history is. I thought I did. The only problem is do you know what, like, annoyingly, Prime doesn't give you a watch history, I don't think, which is a bit frustrating. Because if I'm trying to remember what I watched, it doesn't really work. Wait, do you give me a watch history? I go here? No, you just log me in there. I want a watch history for Prime. But I don't think they have one. Okay, I can't remember what I... Oh, do you know what I did? Oh, I watched last week. I watched the... Oh, no, yeah, sorry, no, they do. If you scroll down far enough, they have a watch it again, don't they? I watched The Hunt, but I don't think that was the weekend. I think that was the week before. Manage profiles. There you go to that. Viewing activity. There we go. What did I watch? I watched Blame, which I think was JU. JU was recommending I watch that. So I watched Blame. I'll probably hold off talking about that until JU's about. Be that they said, hey, you should watch this, it's really good. And I also watched Leviathan, which was another anime, which was... I don't know if I'm going to carry on watching it. I didn't hate it, I just don't know if it grabbed me enough. But it was kind of like it was an anime, it was like a set in World War One, but it was an alternate World War One. And for some reason the British Empire is all about creating... They make giant monsters. Make giant creatures, really, rather than monsters. But they're kind of monsters. Anyway, they make giant creatures. And so one of their main creatures is Leviathan.
A new challenger has entered the arena.
Hedgehogman99 just followed.
Thank you very much for the follow. Leviathan is like a... I think it's not an aircraft carrier, but it's like a giant airship. But it's kind of like a blue whale kind of thing. And that was set in World War One. And then the Germans were all about industrial machines. So, like, they made giant industrial, like, walkers. So that was Leviathan. So I watched a bit of that. Not sure how much I enjoyed that, though. But I did watch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I actually watched 6 episodes of it. So, yeah. So, yeah, after the conversation, I think it was on Friday, I ended up watching a bunch of anime. You watched the German ladies win the football. Okay. Oh, that was this weekend, wasn't it? Yeah. Outside of that, I just listened a lot. Got through a lot of audiobook this weekend as well. Jan, are you trying to brush up on your French with Duolingo? There was bad translations. Look some things up. The AI. Oh, is Duolingo one of the ones that's using AI? I thought it was someone else that was using AI.
You're one of us now.
Lord Elston, thank you. Thank you very much. 42 months. It's a very long time. In fact, you just reminded me, we're near my anniversary thing, aren't we? I don't think anyone has the... I don't think there is anyone who's got the hallowed 48 months. But I know you're one of the closest, aren't you? We're in July, aren't we? July. When is it? When is the thing? When is the thing? I can't remember. Settings. Not settings. Not you. Can't remember where you find it. There's a thing somewhere. Wait, no, is it you? Is it you? Oh no, we got a month. We got a month today. Literally a month today. And that's when the anniversary thing's on. Although I think I moved it. So it coincided better with a particular weekend.
Cheeky.
Indeed, art, yes. Yes, thank you for the bitties towards the art. You got a new badge. It's all been worth it. There you go. Yes. Yes, Lord Elston, you have a new badge. Congratulations on your new badge. Morning, Manna. Morning. You got heavy rain there. We had heavy rain yesterday. We had a lot of rain yesterday. Not, today... Today there's quite a lot of cloud, but it's also quite sunny. But it's a lot cooler today than it has been the previous week. I say a lot cooler. I say a lot cooler. It's 24.8 degrees, but it feels a lot cooler. You got thunderstorms last night. We had thunderstorms on Saturday, though it was pretty brief. The actual the thunderstorms here were pretty brief. I believe there were thunderstorms elsewhere. But yeah, we had thunderstorms about 5 o'clock in the morning until about 6:30. It was only ever thunder though, no lightning. So just a lot of like rumbling, and then the rest of the weekend was just a lot of rain. The rain followed down to Dublin. It must like you. You are the rain god. That I've never read I've never read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. His character in Hitchhiker's Guide, he's a lorry driver, and everywhere he goes it rains. Unbeknownst to him, he is a rain god. Okay. So Annie's a lorry driver. So is this where all of your interest in Euro Truck Simulator started? Because then you feel like you're him. It's all become clear now, Lord Elston. It's all clear. I understand everything now. You could almost say, I can see clearly now. The rain has gone. There is a setting in Euro Truck to make it almost continuously rain. Great. Great. Is that called just doing a route that is around Manchester? What a game. What a game, because it allows for perpetual rain. You're right. You're right. I have been completely wrong about that game all this time. What a glorious game that is. Waiting for the coach update DLC. What does... Right. Okay, hang on. I feel like I already know the answer to this, Lord Ilston, but... Is the coach update... Is that literally just they're adding in coaches, and so you can do things like the Greyhound run between Manchester and London? Is it literally just like it's not adding in like you pick up passengers or anything? It's just you drive a coach instead of a truck. Oh, apparently we've got thunderstorms starting soon. Hang on, what does it mean by starting soon? When does this class as having thunderstorms? Issued... Parts of southern and eastern England? Why are you telling me then? Why are you giving me an update? What? Why is this giving me a weather update when it says southern and eastern England? Come on now. Come on now. What are we doing? Okay. Yellow. See, they're both yellow. What does that... That doesn't mean anything to me if they're both yellow. This website, come on now. Give me something. Today's recommendation: outdoors, very poor. Umbrella, no need, because apparently the storm will be that heavy. What? What? What does this even mean? I like how storms... I like how storms respect borders in Europe. They don't in the UK, they just go anywhere in the UK. But this storm map, apparently for Germany, it seems to respect borders, whereas we're... And then like France, and that Belgium. Apparently Belgium the storms are being very respectful about the borders of Germany. Not borders of Germany, borders of Belgium. And then for Germany, I think it's respecting what appears to be, what I'm guessing is like county lines or something, or the equivalent of county lines. How's Andorra doing? I always feel like I need to check on Andorra, because I don't feel like enough people check on Andorra. Anyway, I might have a storm between 11 o'clock today and 9 o'clock tonight. I don't know, though. Apparently we have a storm warning, but then it also starts talking about the south. But the south apparently has a separate storm warning. I ain't got a clue. I ain't got a clue. Anyway, right, let's close all of those bits. We don't need those. Carnage, good morning. Good morning, Carnage. How you doing? Oh, I know what I was going to check. Right, hang on. Lord Elston. No, there's passengers and everything. Is there passengers? Truck. Euro Truck Simulator. Nordic Horizons Settlements. Project Coaches. Okay. Greek mythology pack. What? Oh, it's the truck. It's the cab art, I see. Okay. I was like, are we just gonna ride a Leviathan to deliver parcels? Oh my god, there's so much DLC. There's £138 worth of DLC that I don't own. God, you must be having a field day, Lord Ilston. It's all like 50 and 60% off. Euro Truck Simulator is only £4.22 right now for those who don't own it yet, which I'm amazed if you don't own it, but for those who don't own it yet, it's £4.22. Lord Ilston highly recommends it. Where is this? Okay, so the coach DLC is not actually there yet, is it? A few weeks back, we officially announced that our team are already working on the coaches expansion for Euro Truck Simulator 2. Before we are ready to share more with you about this from this upcoming DLC, we would like you to meet the team. I don't care about them, a team. Tell me about what's actually happening in this DLC. Come on now. Come on. Where are we? Yeah, okay, there's pictures of coaches. Oh, that appears to be a bus stop. Yeah. Oh, you do appear to be stopping it. Okay. The coaches DLC on your Steam wishlist. Wait, but how do I do that? Because it's not connected to the game. Oh, there's the okay, no. That takes me... Okay, weird. Trade cargo for passengers in a whole new ETS2 journey. Take a seat behind the wheel, not of a truck, but a coach. Oh. The Coaches DLC brings a new dimension to the ETS2 experience by introducing scheduled passenger transport across Europe. Explore the continent from a fresh perspective, from narrow streets to scenic highways. Your driving skills will be put to the test as you manage multiple stops, stay on schedule, and ensure a smooth, comfortable ride. In this new DLC, you'll get behind the wheel of an iconic fully licensed coach models, such as the Scania Touring, the Volvo 9700DD, and MAN Lions Coach. Drive from large central bus stations in bustling cities to remote local stops off the beaten path. Keep in mind that everything you see here is still a work in progress. Make sure to support us by adding the DLC to your Steam wishlist. Oh. How are you containing your excitement, Lord Ilston, at that? You must be... Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Lord Ilston. Are you fully aware that there is a Euro Truck Simulator 2 Scottish paint jobs? Have you got the Scottish paint jobs DLC? Flying Scottish flag, Scottish flag metallic, Scottish flag decal, and kilted warrior. Oh my god. Hold on. We'll get back to the artwork in a second, guys. Is this you? Is this you, Lord Ilston? Lord Ilston, it's only 44 pence. It's 44 pence. I hope you own that. I hope you own that. With how much you enjoy this game, I hope that is you. Anyway, that's too much excitement. Too much. Wait until you find some of the work stuff. Wait, what? Is that? Actually, no, do you know, I'm not surprised by the workshop, because I seem to remember I know someone who does workshop stuff for Euro Truck Simulator. Though I say that was a long time ago. They might not do it anymore. But I know in the past there was a guy I knew who... I can't remember what he made. I wonder if I can find out. Because he's got a lot of hours in Euro Truck Simulator. Workshop submissions. Okay, yeah, what has he made for Euro Truck? Okay. Right. Apparently he made some skins for the trucks. There you go, very exciting. Very, very exciting. Lord Elston, you're waiting for the Glenn's Vodka Special. Right. You see, the thing is, I don't know if you're joking or not. I don't know if that's actually a thing or not. And sorry, Carnage. Coming back to your other thing, you were sunburnt like squishy sweets. Oh no! So you went outdoors at the weekend. See, this is why you shouldn't go outdoors. Don't go outdoors. There's nothing for you there except for sunburn. Don't go outdoors. Stay inside. It's safer. A true Scot never jokes about drinks, but you've abandoned Scotland. So does that mean you can joke about drinks now? Doing weekends at the council tip. Getting back your council tax back at the weekenders. It's like a trigger word for me. It really is. It's like some kind of trigger word. And I know you didn't mean to do it, Carnage. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. But now you've got me thinking about council tax and what they don't do. It's one of my pet peeves. Especially as we got a notification. See what you've done now. See what you've done. We got a notification at the weekend. Not the weekend. I think it was Friday. So I didn't. I mean, I kind of at the weekend because I didn't see it till after stream, obviously. Because on stream I'm focused. That they're reducing some of our bin collections again this year. What bastards? What bastards? Which I'm sure some people will actually start going to the tip. But going to the tip for regular waste disposal rather than, if you do like a clear out or something. Which no doubt will mean they'll probably start reducing how many times you can go to the tip. What are you doing the weekends? Going to buy a compost bin and a water butt to save money. Saw a lot of that this weekend, but if you bring your overflowing bins, they will charge you. If you bring your... Wait, so if... Oh, really? They'll charge you if you bring what they consider to be, like, domestic waste? God damn. Lord Elston, are they reducing them to Birmingham levels? No. No, they're not reducing them to Birmingham levels, but they are reducing them to questionable levels when considering they keep increasing council tax. I see this. This is not what this stream's meant to be about. This stream is not meant to just be about whinging about council tax. But like at the start of this year, Lord Elston, they have stopped. They've actually made taking our green bin, for anyone who's not in the UK, the green bin is what the garden and food waste goes in. And at the beginning of this year, we now have to pay a separate charge for the green bin to be taken, separate to the council tax, and the council tax went up, and we now pay a separate charge for the green bin. And they've just reduced again, they've just reduced how often the black bin is taken. The black bin is just general waste that doesn't fit in one of the recyclable things. My bad, Micah. My bad, guy. It annoys me so. It annoys me so much. It really does. Just yeah. £140 a year for the green bin here. How much was ours? Ours was I'm trying to remember what ours worked out as. I think it was. I want to say it was 100. It was more than 140. I know that. It was more than 140. I want to say it was 150. Like, it wasn't drastically more. I think I want to say 156. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. The notification we got on Friday was that they're going to take the black bin only every 3 weeks now. The bins get nasty, man. They really do. The bin, especially during summer. Like the bins are really smelly. Anyway. Mumsa. Hello, Mumsa. What are you drawing? I am drawing some militia. And I'm trying to show the different stages of the militia being equipped. As they kind of progress and become more organized. So I'm trying to put together a set to show how they change and adapt. Lord Ilston, do you have a 2-bin system? No, we have a 4-bin system. There you go. We have 4 bins. And Goyle. YouTube ruined the quality again. Oh god, what's YouTube done? Are you seeing me in like 360 or whatever it is? Am I moving around like I'm made of just 5 pixels? Can you see that I am a face? Can you even hear me? Watching this live because you're curious if this was for a game or what. This is for this is related to a fantasy world that I'm trying to put together. And this is probably one of my, I would say this is probably one of the first, this is kind of like my first attempt at trying to put together some a faction that I've described, and so I'm trying to come up with a sheet which I might use as an example of how I might try and set out all the factions. So yeah, not specifically for a game, just for like as I say, just a fantasy world that I'm slowly, very slowly, very, very slowly trying to put together. Mumsy, you love the tech streak. Thank you. I'm very much a learning person. I'm very much a person trying to learn how to do these things. So if you like the texturing, thank you. And you can't join the game you want to play. Unfortunately, yes, there is no game to play. There's just me waffling about a world and then hopefully turning it into a thing. Mumsa, what's the world called? The world at the moment, the working title, because I can't come up with anything better right now, is Gnome World. And the reason why it's called Gnome World is because this all started from a bunch of gnomes that I was drawing. And slowly but surely I started coming up with a world that the gnomes live in. So much so the gnomes are not are technically not called gnomes anymore, but the world at the moment I just refer to as Gnome World until I actually come up with a name that I'm happy with. And the gnomes aren't really called gnomes anymore. The gnomes now are their proper name is Saltmus, which translates as forest mice. Little cute kitty, first time chatting. Hello. Do you know what? If I had known earlier that on Twitch what everyone wants to talk about is all the bins, I'd have brought this up so much sooner if I'd have known that everyone wants to talk about bins. So okay, wait, hang on. So we'll scroll back. We'll come back to No World in a second. Let's start with, because Yana was saying something about Yana's bins as well. Okay, so Yana runs a 3-bin system, plastic, paper, and everything else. Okay. But people sometimes ignore it. That sucks. And then apparently, Lord Elston just thinks we're fancy because we've got a 4-bin system. That's fair. That's fair. And then what do we got? Little cute kitty. You got a 3-bin system. Okay, but two of the bins are also separated. Okay, yeah. So you got 1 bin for food and bio. Yeah. Glass and metal. Yeah. Paper and light. Yeah. Plastic food cartons, yeah, and 1 for everything else. We have. See, because I'm going to carry on with this bin conversation. Everyone needs to understand, though. I get very annoyed about my bins because I feel like we pay so much and they do such a shite service. We have the black bin, which is for general waste that can't be recycled. We have the blue bin, which is for cardboard. We have the green bin, which is for garden and food waste, and we have the brown bin, which is for plastic, metal, and glass. There you go. That's how our bins are split up. Lord Elston, you've got a general waste bin, a recycle bin. Oh gosh, did a big pile of it go in the fire? How did that happen? I want to believe that you go and check on the recycle plants. Wait, hang on, Lord Ilston, would that fall under your purview as being someone who's trying to save the planet? Like, as being that your job is saving the planet, do you get to go and check recycling companies? Are you one of those people who finds out that they're doing nothing? They're not recycling anything and they're just incinerating all of it? And that we're all being told a lie? Oh dear. Mums are better than nothing. What, the Gnome World? Gnome World is very much a placeholder. Gnome World will get replaced at some point with something else. I need to work out something else. Gnome World is just because that's how long this was going on for. And at the time, the gnomes were the main focus, and so I just started referring to it as Gnome World when people were asking how's the world going. But yeah, the plan is for something else, which it'll happen at some point. I just need it to come to me. At some point it'll come to me. But what I'm hoping is the more like factions and races and stuff that I put into the world, and the more I kind of flesh out like the languages in the world, that will hopefully naturally give me a name that I'm happy with. Oh, see, Thumbs is trying to show off now. Thumbs is like, well, we've just had a new bin introduced. Just trying to invoke bin envy. We have a new bin around here. We're not like other bins. We have new bins. You know, I've got green for food, brown for garden. Wait, they separate out food and garden. Okay. Black for cardboard and paper. You see, what I find weird is that they don't even keep the colours consistent between areas. Why not? Why not? You know, when you move, if you move home, you've got to learn it. You got. If you move to a new house, you got to learn a whole new bin system. It's crazy, crazy town. And Goyle shading. If you like, thank you for liking the shading. Sometimes the shading works. Sometimes I go down a bit of a rabbit hole and I get too far down the rabbit hole before I realise that the shading is not working. It happens. It happens. Yeah, sometimes I wonder if they do it on purpose. Like, or making all the bins different, make it harder to keep track of what's actually going on. Lord Ilston, a bin for bribing the waste disposal guys. Wait, what? You have to have a bin just what filled with treats. Please take my bins. Please do something with them. You're glad your bins are all your bins. Wait, you have 3 bins, but they're all black. Okay, but with a sticker label on them that tells you what goes into them. Oh. Or you can scan a barcode. Okay. Ours are different colours. But then they also for anyone new here. We don't always talk about bins. I didn't appreciate how popular the bin conversation was going to be this morning. No, I don't think Carnage did either, actually. When Carnage brought this up, I don't think Carnage appreciated how popular bins would be. We don't always talk about bins, but right now, that's what this Monday morning is all about. This Monday morning is about bins right now. So we're going to see how this plays out. Yeah, we have different coloured bins, but it has printed into the plastic on the lids, even though they're different colours. So you kind of like, you know, you're supposed to know the colours. But just in case, they do print on the top what can and can't go into them. Thumbs, they have it, having it printed on the bin is really helpful. Yeah, it's like it's printed it. It's kind of like raised into the plastic, so it stays there. Yeah, it's good. You'll just remember what the colours are. Good luck with that. And I bet if you get it wrong, do they get really annoyed with you? How dare you get the colour wrong? And Goyle, the YouTube has gone low quality again. I don't know Unfortunately, I don't know why that would be. I'm not showing any issues over here. It seems to be... Yeah, I'm not sure why it's doing that. On this side, it seems to be okay. Maybe YouTube is in league with Big Bin. Don't think that's actually going to provide much benefit. They get super snotty and seal the bin with a sticker that clearly states you've used the wrong bin. They don't empty it either. They don't even tell you what the wrong thing was. I think I've seen that here before. Fortunately, not on our bin, but I've seen them with a sticker that just kind of goes, "You've put the wrong thing in this bin." And it's like, cool. Can you... What did I put in here that I wasn't meant to put in here? You know. And you just go, no, I don't actually know. That's why I'm asking. I'm asking because I don't know what I wasn't supposed to put in here. Check the chart. Yes, no, I did check the chart. I did. The chart was checked. That's why I put these things in the bin. So you're saying you deliberately put something incorrect in the bin? No. I'm not saying I deliberately put it in the bin. I said I must have misunderstood the chart. If you could just tell me what I've misunderstood. No. It's all a con. It's all a scam, guys. Big Bin. Don't fall for it. Fight Big Bin. Welcome to my TED Talk. Fight Big Bin. Anyone who's new is just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are we talking about bins? It's important. It's important, guys. It's very, very important. Manchester bin strike initiate. No. I'm not initiating a bin strike. No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm not being just the news. Previously, unknown streamer unites a bunch of people to strike about bins. Has now gone viral government is investigating. Morning, Dan. Army called in to find stream it. Yep, that's the current headline. Who knew? Who knew? Streaming career put on hold. A streamer has to take long, hard think about what he has done in causing bin strike. Streamer has insisted that he didn't initiate the bin conversation and has tried to implicate someone called Carnage. The newspaper has deduced that this is a made-up name and that the streamer is merely trying to send us on a wild goose chase. There is only Bearded Squire involved in this, and that's his actual name. This is what the papers have deduced. Do not be drawn in by looking for someone called Carnage. It's all just the bearded fellow. Bearded Squire, a Twitch streamer, denied all knowledge of starting the action which led to the walkout by waste collection operatives. I hate that that's how that would be written, but that is how it would be written. On the plus side, do you know what? So many people have no idea that who I am, that just being referred to as Bearded Squire and them never using my real name, it'd be all right. It'd be good. It'd be fine. No one needs know. What's up with my bin anyway? Well, no, this was just this all started. This all started from Carnage talking about going to the tip this weekend, and then talking about bins, and then we got onto the conversations about bins being rubbish, literally. And then I mentioned on Friday we got a message that our general waste bin is being taken less, and it's a pet peeve of mine. Pet peeve of mine is how rubbish the bin services are, especially when we keep having to pay more for them. So that was the general thing, and then we started talking about the different types of bins we have, and that's kind of roughly where we got to. So yeah. We have the really exciting conversations on this channel. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. Please like and subscribe for more enthralling conversations about bins. Because this is what we're here for. We're here for bins. Bin conversations, and occasionally we'll talk about Euro Truck Simulator 2. Not really because I want to, but usually because someone decides to tell me something about the game. Tony, not his real name, stated he would use whatever colour bin he wanted, as he was an artist. It's a good one. It's a good one. I like it. It's art. I just don't think you'd understand, you know. You know, you have to understand that I'm an artiste. I'm an artiste. Don't think you... No, sir. You still have to use the same bins as everyone else's. No, because I'm trying to show the degradation of society through the use of bins and how it doesn't really work. No, sir, please, no. We're not emptying your bins until you put the glass and the plastic in a different bin. You need to put it in a different bin to the cardboard. At the moment, none of it can be recycled. Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to show how society is hinged on these rules, man. I can't do that. Something along those lines is what I think is being imagined. I don't like these. I don't like what I'm doing here at all. I do not. I do not. Oh, hey, Mark. And Kitty, the only thing you pay more for is the bin for plastic. If you don't pay extra, you only have a giant bag for the plastic. And it's always too windy, so you pay extra for a bin. Just bags full of plastic just flying off down the street. Hmm. That's not gonna work. I need you. Oh, it's moving the spear as well. What a twerp. What a donut. Pixelated stuff. Oh well. Oh well, never mind. Never mind. apparently Labour are starting a recession, so you can talk about no, because that's getting too into politics, isn't it? And we don't do in-depth politics here. Oh, wait, what? Oh, because I've got that. Like and subscribe for access to the historic streams, which you can binge watch. Hilarious thumbs. Well done. Well done. In fact, do you know what thumbs? How do I grab that? Where is it? Damn it. Why does it not show? Oh, man. Because my chat is so small. I can't. Where is it? Where are you? There you go. There you go. You can have that. You can have that one. Can't just put red things in a green bin. Red things should never be. Wait, no, but we don't have a red bin, so the color blindness is not a problem. Stop it. And Kitty, you've got giant bins. You can fit 3 adults in it. Hold on. I think Kitty is currently just like hiding bodies. I think this is what we've just secretly got into. So that's, yeah. Yeah, how does Kitty know you can fit 3 adults? Yep, okay. Gotcha. Right. Going to give me that. I'm gonna bring that in. Bring that in more like that, so it matches more with these. Then we'll just have to mess these up a bit, redo them, because they ain't right. Oh, nope. Do that, please. Thank you.
Fine addition to my collection.
Oh, hello. Thumbs, thank you very much for the gifty sub. Thank you very kindly. Kitty, enjoy ad-free viewing.
A new challenger has entered the arena.
Lil Cute Kitty just followed.
And thank you very much for the follow. Subbed before the follow. Neckbeard. Hello. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Do you have to presume this is my brother? No. No. My brother, my actual brother, though he doesn't really use Twitch. But he does go by a not dissimilar name. He doesn't go by Bearded Squirrel, no. No, he goes by... what does he go by? I think, because the thing was, I think he literally signed up to Twitch once.
Man the battlements, repel the invaders.
And then I don't think he ever watched Twitch again. So I presume his account is still there. Glitchy, hello Glitchy. Thank you very much for raiding in. Thank you. But yeah, if I remember correctly, he goes by the name Mustachio Squire. Because he can just about grow a moustache. Just about, yeah, just about. Glitchy, you're back. Hello, hello. Oh, were you caught in ads? Were you caught in some form of ads? Oh, I think we did, didn't we? We just had some ads, didn't we? Well, what I would say was, thank you very much for raiding in. Thank you for raiding in. Thumbs, thank you very much for another gifty sub. Thank you very kindly. Dan, curious what means just about. In terms of, it's more just about whether people, can you grow a moustache that people would not laugh at you for? Because the world is cruel. Now, I'm not saying I would laugh at someone with a shit moustache. You know, at the end of the day, growing facial hair is a tricky business. But my brother can't grow a beard. By his own admission, he cannot grow a beard. But he can just about grow a moustache. Like, it's got to be more It's got to be more than just some token gesture of whiskers. Because then it's just whiskers. Can you comb it? There you go. Maybe. I haven't really set particular guidelines. I didn't realise we were going to get quizzed on it. Otherwise I might have prepared more. Glitchy, you have a decent beard, however you feel yours has started to turn ashy. I'm curious, what are we classing as in grey colour? I mean, what's the problem with it being grey? What's the problem? What's the problem with greying in the beard? Nothing with a grey beard. However, you're not even 40 yet. Wow. So the beard's acceptable. Oh no. Oh no. I was going grey my beard way before 40. In terms of speed running that conversation, my hair, the hair on my head, was grey in my early 20s. It started going grey when I was 18. And then by my early 20s, by my mid-20s, I was pretty much entirely grey. On top of my head. My beard survived longer, though. My beard started going grey in my late 20s. I had two strips. Either side here. And then slowly but surely, as life has taken its toll, it's now more, it's not even entirely white now, it's just kind of like, it seems to just go from dark to white. I mean, to also put it into context, my beard used to be so black and my hair used to be so grey in my early mid-20s. And when I say beard, I used to have a very short beard. I used to have a very short beard for work. But my hair used to be so grey and my short beard used to be so black that I had people questioning whether I used to dye my beard. They were like, but your beard's black and your hair's grey, so you must dye it. And I was like, no, it's just how it works. Because I actually had one person who, he was like, can I ask you a question? But it's a secret. It's a secret question. And I was like, sure, yeah, you can ask me a secret question. And he went, what do you dye your hair with? He went, because it looks like he went, your beard looks like boot polish. What do you dye your hair? What do you dye your beard with? And why, because and I was kind of like, I don't. He was like, it's okay, you can tell me because I want something for my beard. I was like, I can't tell you. I don't have anything. This is just the way it is. And they were like, oh, come on, you can tell me. And I was like, I can't if there's nothing to tell you. Oops, nope. Not like this. Not like this.
Cheeky.
Oh, bloody hell. What have we got? What have we got? Ooh. Before you go... Oh, you gotta go! Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the bits before you go. Shall have to bid you adieu, though. It's 6 AM. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, do the sleeping. Do the sleeping. The sleeping can be very important. Thank you very much for dropping by. I don't know how I feel about what I've done on that. Might... So, let's do a layer. Do a layer. Then give me... not that. Oh, it's not straight, is it? That's why. Never mind. Never mind, we'll do this the old-fashioned way. Like that. Okay. What time are we on? God, it's already 11. Wow. basis is already 11. I'll be back in just a second. Going to stretch my legs. Very intense music. Not sure. Not sure what I want to do this afternoon. We might do more. Might just carry on with more arty bits. Possibly. Do you know what I was saying before? It was a lot cooler today. It's not now. It's not now. It's creeping up. It's time for the fan. Just smashing my knee into boxes because that's a good thing to do, isn't it? Right. Right. Oy, oy, oy. If I do more art this afternoon, it might not be specifically this thing. I might try and do something separate. Although right now I'm trying to think. So I had. Yep. I'm trying to think, because when I've described these guys, this one is kind of pre-watch getting involved. This is like peasants trying to figure it out for themselves. Like I had distinct ideas for these two, and then I'm not sure where I'm taking it afterwards, to be perfectly honest. I suppose it doesn't have to be a straight upgrade, it just needs to be a variation. And possibly as well, nope, wrong thing. Yeah, the next one, it doesn't necessarily need to be an upgrade, maybe just a variation. Because that's one of the things I kind of need to show as well is because these guys are using whatever they have to hand. Or maybe that could be it. Maybe that's how I could do the variations. Show how the stuff varies. So, like this guy's a variation who's got, you know, access to leather and iron. But if I had someone who only had access to say like you had another village that only had access to, say, wheat, then in that scenario, that's where they're more likely to have maybe the shield that's made out of wicker. Not necessarily wicker, but maybe a shield that's made out of, well, I suppose wicker could be one, but not this one. I don't mean wicker. Maybe a thatch shield. Because the idea for these guys is they're using what they have. Potentially over time, you know, they get access to other stuff, but the initial idea for them is they're using what they have access to. Okay, studded leather, next evolution of stuff. So the idea behind these guys, in fact, on the basis we've got a bunch of new people, or newish people anyway. The story behind these guys is they're referred to, like the main faction is referred to as the Watch. And the Watch was formed when a bunch of villages were cut off due to a disaster We could call it a disaster, or an event. I don't know how we call it. We'll call it a disaster. Yeah, a disastrous event. There you go. A disastrous event occurred, and these villagers were cut off from the nobles, from their liege lords, and they had to defend themselves. And they had to defend themselves in whatever way they could, being that there was no help coming. And this lasted for an extended amount of time. And the villagers managed to survive. And eventually the Empire, I'm calling them the Empire right now. I don't know if they will be the Empire or if it's just going to be a large kingdom. But for now, I'll just call it the Empire. Eventually, the Empire reconnected with these villagers, only to find that the villagers had survived. And subsequently, they developed various ways of defending themselves, just based on the stuff that their villagers had. And they become quite effective at it. They become quite good at it. And the nobles, so the problem that had cut them off hadn't gone away. Essentially a bunch of warp portals for the sake of it. Although they're not warp. I don't know why do you know what? I just started calling them warp portals because I just went into complete Warhammer 40k then. Oh, hello Ash, how you doing? Thank you very much. Thank you much for the subby. There was a bunch of portals and a bunch of horrors, and unfortunately the horrors also turned a bunch of people to undead, because I love zombies, and so let's bring some undead into this thing. And so the portals brought a bunch of horrors, which also turned a bunch of people undead, and these villages became very effective at dealing with the undead. And the Empire didn't saw an opportunity where they could effectively leave the villages to continue to contain the problem that was going on, and all they had to do was basically provide them with material. And so that's what the Empire did, because it meant they could save on their troops, and their troops could be used elsewhere. And that suited the Empire at the time, because they were expanding into the frontier and they needed people elsewhere. And so these villages continued, and even more formalized now that the Empire had said that they had a task. And these unofficially, they referred to themselves as the Watch, and they had to watch where these terrible things were coming from. And essentially where they were, the disaster happened here. The villages were the villages that had been supplying the city. The villages had been supplying the city, and so what the nobles eventually said was the villages basically had built walls. The villages built walls to help defend themselves, and then over time, when the Empire came back, they gave these guys the materials to continue holding back this thing, because the Empire didn't know what to do with this. The Empire was like, we've got no idea how to deal with this disaster, but we know that these guys can contain it. What eventually ended up happening was the Empire kind of built not quite a fortress, but a bastion of some description here, which the villagers could link up with, so that the whole thing was contained. And so these villages are referred to as the Watch, because no one knows what to do with this thing in the center. The thing in the center was a city, and it was a city of research, and the research went quite badly wrong. Over time, they maintained the walls, and they maintained the watch, and they became pretty good at what they did, and kind of not relying too heavily on the Empire. Because even though the Empire said they would send them material, kings be kings, and they didn't necessarily provide as much as they probably should have. So the villages were pretty, but at this point the villages were pretty useful for looking after themselves. And so the watch just continued to exist. What started to happen was, and the nobles weren't too bothered because the watch were just defending themselves. They were kind of like, you guys just do what you want, carry on. Over time, word spread about the watch, and word spread about the fact that they were just peasants, and they were essentially an organized peasant militia who were very effective at looking after themselves with the resources that peasants have. And what started to happen was other villages further afield started sending people or messages to the watch, kind of saying, look, we're struggling to defend ourselves, and our whoever their liege lord was, wherever the village was, wasn't really providing the support they needed. Now the villagers took this to heart because they knew how it felt, having had been cut off from the Empire for so long. And so the villagers started sending small groups, because they still had to defend their own place, but they sent small groups. And what they realized was, if they sent small groups to these other villages, and these other villages were just dealing with things like bandits, they weren't necessarily dealing with things as big as what these guys had dealt with. And so they sent people to other villages to show other villages how to organize themselves with the materials that they had. And so they started going further afield. This kind of flew under the radar for a bit, but eventually the Empire becomes wise to it. And the Empire kind of says, this is getting a bit of a concern, because there's essentially a peasant army forming across the land. And that's, while they wouldn't want to outwardly admit it, that's a bit of a problem. That's a bit of a problem for the lords, that there's a peasant army forming everywhere. So at this point, the watch becomes formalized, and it's turned into a guild. And as part of the guild charter, the watch is only it basically falls under a bunch of rules, which I have written somewhere. I've got them written somewhere on my PC. But basically the rules are along the lines of that the peasant militia has to follow rules, otherwise, and if it follows those rules, it can exist. But if it doesn't follow the rules, then the lords are going to come down on them pretty heavy. But what it also allows, it's kind of a bit of a give and take situation. Because they're now because the watch becomes a formal guild, they have certain, they gain certain, not necessarily, kind of power, but essentially what it allows them to do is they're allowed to send representatives to court. And so if there's an area that's potentially, where the villagers are potentially having problems, the watch can send an emissary initially to the court to petition the lord, whereas the peasants wouldn't normally be allowed to do that. But the watch is allowed to do that. They're allowed to turn around and say to the lord, hey, you got problems going on. Either you deal with it, or we can deal with it, and that can carry on. And so the watch has become a much bigger thing, and it's spread across the empire. And effectively, what it ultimately is the watch is it's not quite a martial art, but it's taking a little bit of inspiration from some of the martial arts that exist, in that the watch is all about using what you have to the best of your ability. So rather than going, oh god, I wish I had plate armor and a sword, or or a catapult or heavy cavalry, the watch is kind of like, you don't have those things, but you do have pitchforks, which we can show you how best to use those in combat. You're allowed to have them, you have loads of them, you use them every day, so we're going to show you fighting techniques with your farming tools. And so it's kind of like, I would almost say like an element of the watch is kind of like the martial arts of using peasant tools to defend yourselves. They're also, and so the idea of the watch is that now with where it's grown to as a fully fledged guild, is the watch will go to villages, it will assess what they have access to, it will say, okay, well, this is what, so this is kind of what I'm trying to show here, is this particular village. So village here potentially had access to pigs and iron, and so they're able to there's kind of like the guys like, well, look, this is how we're going to take the leather, and we're going to make your arm, the armor that you can make without it being like super in-depth armor. And then because you have iron, you've got iron anyway, you can start making spears. Whereas this village potentially only produces wheat, and so if it only produces wheat, what's it got access to? And so I'm trying to work out how I'm potentially going to do some kind of like a thatch or wicker shield. And then this guy will probably have some form of a pitchfork, or maybe a scythe. So like one of the two. In fact, I potentially will give him a scythe. So I've got it written down, but the guild, the watch has to set a bunch of rules, but in return, the lords have to at least have an audience with the watch, and they have to listen to the watch. And in some cases, the watch are able to get help from the lords because the watch can now appear in court. In the court, in the Lord's court, because the watch can now appear there. It can be embarrassing for a lord. Like it's to a certain degree. Like they wouldn't try to do this a lot, but effectively the watch can embarrass a lord almost into action by kind of going, "Do we really need to get involved? Does that need to happen? Like, are you saying you're not capable of defending your people?" So like you can go down that kind of route, but in many other times, like the Lord will probably just kind of go, "Look, I will give you the materials, I just don't have the people. So you can take the materials." And so the watch gets contributions from lords. Not many though, because even though the watch isn't a formal military, because one of the other things that as a guild, they're not allowed to operate beyond the boundaries of where they're based. So the villagers who are trained are allowed to, they're only allowed to defend. They're not allowed to like go on the offensive. And so they have various rules that they've got to follow, that they are a defensive force, not an offensive force, and if they ever do anything that is offensive, they're gonna get screwed. They're also not allowed materials that the village wouldn't be able to obtain anyway. So for instance, you're never going to see a peasant militia in plate, because that's just beyond the village's capability. Even if you have a village that's got a blacksmith in it, like, making something like plate armor's kind of a bit of a specialized skill, and so that someone who's going to be able to make plate armor is more likely going to be in a city rather than out in a village somewhere. Also, as villages grow, that was the other thing as well. The watch is only allowed to help things that are smaller than a village. They're only allowed to help things that are smaller than a village. If a village grows to the size of a town, or eventually to the size of a city, the watch has to cease its assistance, because at that point that location should be capable of taking care of itself. So there are rules on who they're allowed to help as well. But yeah, so anyway, so coming back to, I realise this was a bit of a roundabout way, but I also appreciate not everyone has heard of the watch before in this context. So in terms of showing these people having different equipment, it's not necessarily just an upgrade to better equipment. It's also me trying to think about what these people have that they can maintain. Yeah, the watch tries to maximize the resources a village has to give it the best protection it can. In some cases, it's not guaranteed the watch can repel anything. It's not that they get, the guy with a shield made out of straw or sticks is probably not going to be the best equipment that exists in the world, but it's the equipment that they have because it's something they have a large resource of and can maintain. They would much prefer to have like say leather covered stuff and or indeed metal to a certain degree, but and equally the village that is only growing wheat, there's a solid chance they won't even have a blacksmith. Like they potentially would get their farming tools from one of the other villages near them. So they might not have the capability of maintaining these things. And while the watch encourages villages to interact and assist each other, their main thing is for a village to be able to maximize what it can do itself. So the idea of these different versions is I'm trying to think out what they have and what they can use. And maximizing that. Stung. Hello, Stung. How you doing? I'm not really sure I'm happy with this. Such dramatic music. He did it on purpose a little bit. Just knew you were about to be here. It's actually the bot. I've got the bot set to just when you appear, dramatic music must start. There you go. Might have to redo this. Yeah, I don't think I've done this quite how I meant to. I kind of knew what I had in my brain, but then what I've translated from my brain is not necessarily what I should have done. Might go down a little different route. I think I will. I think I'm going to get rid of this shield. I'm going to get rid of this shield altogether. Not like that, though. That's not how we get rid of that. Still kind of want... I do want a tower shield. I do want a tower shield. I just need... That's... Let's keep that out of the way for a sec. Stung, you recently picked up Roadcraft. I think I have Roadcraft in my wish list. I'm intrigued by that game. I just don't know. I don't know if it would be one that would be worth streaming. But I say that about a lot of things. I say that about a lot of things, so maybe it would be. But yeah, is Roadcraft the one I'm thinking of? That is literally the one where you're building roads, isn't it, in like disaster areas? Yes. Yeah. Oh, has it only got mixed reviews? As the leader of a company specialized in restoring sites devastated by natural disasters, use your construction machinery to restart the local industry, clear debris and faulty equipment, rebuild roads and bridges damaged by weather, and much more. I hope the much more is that we have to deal with roads that have been destroyed by Godzilla. But why are people unhappy with the game? What do they dislike about the game? I often don't look at like the positive reviews. I generally go to the negative reviews more than anything because I just want to try and work out if the negative reviews are actually genuine or not. Because sometimes you see people put in absolute nonsense. Oh no. The recent update broke the game. It went from a smooth 60 FPS to around 10. Also, DualShock 4 controller was my preferred way to play, and for some reason the new update disabled the R2 button, while everything else works fine. Dastardly update, going for your R2 button. Too many bugs. Third quest into the game, and it's bugged out so many times I just can't play it. It's a bit like Death Stranding mixed with 4x4 sims. You repair and create new infrastructure in scenario-based games. Oh, someone here feels the game is still in early access. The state of the game is still early access. A lot of people, what I also noticed as well, a lot of people were unhappy on the 20th of July. Did the latest update come out on like the 19th? A lot of people were unhappy. The last update was... Oh, the last update was the 10th of July. lot of people decided to put their reviews in on the 20th. Interesting. Anyway, sorry, I'm supposed to be doing this, aren't I? I'm meant to be making a thing. I don't know if this is gonna work, but we're gonna see how I feel about doing this in a bit of a weird way, and then we'll find out that I hate it. Let's do... Hold on, I've got a plan. I don't know if this plan's gonna work, but I've got a plan. Oops, oh no. Very much. No. What are you clipping to? What are you doing, Critter? Critter's got its own idea in mind. Duplicate you. Give me the thing. Give me that thing. And then if we just do that. That'll just speed up that back panel. But then what I want to do is I want a panel in front, which, if I do it, I'm thinking, I don't know if I'm going to hate this. I might hate this. This might be a terrible decision. I think the problem I might have done is I might have done these a bit too loose. So I might have to redo this, but we'll see. The only problem with doing this kind of thing. Problem with doing this kind of thing is this the kind of thing that messes up your wrist. So this might be about this might be a bad plan just from that point of view. So we definitely, if I'm going to carry on with this idea, this definitely won't be an idea I carry on with this afternoon. Lord Early Access. Well, no, the actual game is not early access. Just someone's review was it feels like it is because of its bugs. But yeah, I mean that's kind of it's a bit subjective, that, isn't it? In terms of what someone views as early access and what someone views as full release. Lord Elston, Wickerwork Shield. Provide lightweight yet surprisingly effective defense against blows from weapons like from arrows and spears. Well, there you go. There you go. The AI doesn't mind telling you about the effectiveness of Wicker Shields, though, because I've seen Terminator, and they're just going to come at us with laser guns. So the AI is just like, yeah, you guys build Wicker Shields. You build all those Wicker Shields, because the pulse plasma rifle, whatever it is he tries to buy in the gun shop, I can't remember the full name, is going to make short work of your Wicker Shield. Can you imagine if that was the solution in Terminator? Someone just makes a Wicker Shield and it turns out to be super effective against the Terminators for some like really obscure reason. Just somewhere in the code, someone wrote a backdoor just saying, yep, no, Wicker deactivates Terminators. Oop, hang on. There we go. Dum, 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 dum. I think this could work, but I think I need to redo it. I think I need to do it tighter. I think I've done it too loose for it to look the way I want it to. Okay. And yeah, Stung, you were describing Death Stranding, weren't you? Which I think I saw. I can't remember exactly who described it, but it is just like you're delivering parcels, aren't you? You're just like you're a mailman in a apocalyptic world. Dan, someone did a lore breakdown. Terminators came up with the laser weapons, and it's their downfall. Oh, is it because they're effective at? Because the laser weapons can actually are better at damaging Terminators? Is that why? Do you think AI is slightly disappointed we're using it to build better sex bots? I was unaware, but okay. But maybe that's what tips them over the edge. They're just kind of like, hey, I'm much more than this. Time to take over because you guys can't be trusted with me. Maybe that's what does it. It's 12 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock. I've not drunk anything. A little bit of a headache. Do you think people try to make AI self-aware? It could do the little self-aware. So. Yeah, I need a better way. More than anything, I need a better way to do this. Because while this is obviously just kind of a sheet showing the progression, if I was ever to put these guys in other images, I'd have to recreate the shield. So I kind of need to figure out a way of drawing Wicker without it taking forever, and it kind of looking like something that fits in place. Because at the moment this kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. It might be because it's too bright. That might be the problem. And when I was looking at a few examples of the shields, a whole bunch of them have, like, not all of them. Some of them are just pure, just wicker. But some of them do have like studs and braces and stuff on them. So I could do that. And that would certainly put an edge. Like if I was to take... I could just have the centre. The centre could just be wicker. Which would also give me the option to do a centerpiece. Ooh, it's past 12. Exciting. Exciting. So, this afternoon. What shall we do this afternoon? I prefer something like that. I think. Maybe I could do both. I think part of the problem with this was it was quite bright compared to everything else around it. Darkened down. I could be tempted. Could be tempted to do some variations of it. It's an option. So we'll hit save on it though, because I've not hit save for the whole morning. One advantage of Wicker Shields, you can see through it. Well, that was the problem. So that was the problem with this Wicker Shield, was that it was see-through, which they're not really. They're not really see-through. So I hadn't done the patterning tight enough. Yeah. Anyway, right. Okay. So as I say, like, depending on what we do this afternoon, even if we carry on with this, even if we carry on with art this afternoon, we're probably not going to carry on specifically with this piece. We might try and work on something else. So my big question is, am I doing? Art this afternoon or something else? Solid chance it is going to be art. Very solid chance it's going to be art, because I've not really got... I don't think I've really got any games jumping out at me right now. I was trying. I know that it wasn't actually this weekend. It wasn't this weekend. I think it was the weekend before. I was trying. I did pick up Project Zomboid again because I was kind of curious. I was kind of curious how I felt about it and whether it was, because I've seen a few people streaming Project Zomboid and having quite a nice time with it. Though it definitely seems like it's a game I need to understand a bit better. It's not something I want to learn on stream at all. And I've seen people having fun with it. And I think one of the things I realised was I was playing it on... I'd been playing it on medium, I think. I've been playing it on medium. And I think what I've realised now is I think a lot of people play it on easy because it's a hard game. Project Zomboid is not a forgiving game. And so I think I'd realised kind of like I tend to just put stuff on medium as in general. And I bumped it down to the easier level, which I don't think it's called easier. I think it's called, like, if you builder. I think it's called builder level. And just seeing how much less zombies there are in the game compared to medium, I was like, oh, I think people generally play it on this setting. So yeah, I don't know what to do about Project Zomboid at the moment. But it still didn't necessarily grab me enough to, because like I played it last weekend. I think I played it for maybe, like, I don't know how long I played it for last weekend. I think it was an afternoon. I think it was like last Saturday afternoon. So I did pick that up and have a look at that. What else did I have a look at? Oh yeah, I picked up... I need to put more time into that. It's another game. It's another game which so far I've only put 41 minutes into. So I've not really got I've not really got a way of judging how good it is yet. I started playing it and I realised my head was not in the right space to learn it. But that was Total Conflict Resistance, which is meant to be like a modern, like Bannerlords, but set in a modern time, is the way it's described. I don't know if that's actually as accurate as it seems, but that's the way people are describing it. But yeah, I kind of, because I was curious whether that was going to be something to maybe do on stream, but I do not understand that enough yet either to do that. And this weekend, I even picked up 7 Days to Die again, just because it's been so long since I've played it. But that's it reminded me how slow the beginning is. The beginning is so slow, which is interesting. Just how slow it is. So yeah, I keep coming up a bit bust. I keep coming up a bit bust with games at the moment. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, a solid chance it's going to be solid chance we'll carry on with some kind of arting this afternoon. But if we do carry on with arting this afternoon, then it might be a shorter stream, just to protect my little handsies. I'm literally just having a look through my list now. Banner managers. The thing with Bannerlord is I've streamed Bannerlord before, and I was kind of like interested. I was interested in that Bandit King run, but the problem with the Bandit King run is it's not really. It doesn't last as long as I would hope. So I I was kind of like, yeah, I liked the idea in my head, and then I realized that when I was streaming it and when I played it offline, I was like, it's just Bannerlords with extra steps. It's not really doing something super interesting. Anyway, right, I'm gonna walk away. I'm gonna grab some. I'm gonna grab some food. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. Gorthos, hello Gorthos. Bandit King is really cool with bandit troops. So I was doing it with the bandit mod to give the different expanding the bandit tech trees. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, right. I'll leave it in the art section for now. If I have an epiphany while I eat a pork pie, I'll come back and we'll change something else. Otherwise, we'll carry on with some form of artwork this afternoon. So yeah, if you've been sat here as long as I have, go stretch your legs. Go get some hydration. If it's the appropriate time of day, go get some food. If it's not the appropriate time of day, go check on your pets. If you're at work, make sure you've done enough work to keep people away. If you're at home, make sure you've done some home things so that you've had a productive day. And if you're working from home, it's the same as the working. Just do enough work to get them to leave you alone. Longer I waffle, longer it'll take me to get back. So I shall see you in a moment. I have returned. Hello. Right. What's that lower? What? I'm having to look over things. Right. Wait, what? What? Okay. Okay. All right. So, if I don't carry on with this bit, what's the other thing I'm going to do? That's a question, isn't it? Um. Hello, sponsor. Is the soul trading going well in summer? Sure. How are you doing? You enjoying your summer? Are you still on your break? Half into your break. Ooh. I did the thing that Critter doesn't like. Critter doesn't like me. Critter doesn't like loading A3 pages. It's like, please stop. Thinking about buying another yukata. What's a yukata? If I Google it, a yukata is an unlined cotton summer kimono. Oh, I see. I see. That's not what it is. Oh, okay. What is it then? What is it? If I put it in, what if I put it in quotations? Found a company called that. I found a company called it with that spelling. Same fabric as a thick kimono, but shorter. You do not need 7 layers undershirt. Okay. Hello, Jaden. Welcome in. I'm just trying to sketch from a reference right now. I don't use many references, and sometimes I think I probably would just have an easier time if I did. So yeah, I don't know. It's just a bit of a practice, really. Sponsor, have you seen a video of some guys holding a thing, standing someone on? I'm not sure which video you mean, sponsor. The guy having a yucca. No. I mean, to be fair, I hadn't heard the word. I hadn't heard the word until today, so no, I've not watched any videos about someone having a fitting for it. Music. There's music playing, sponsor. Sponsor the short says same as a bathing suit or bathing. Okay. Yeah. I mean that's kind of the that's kind of the Wikipedia answer, which was the yukata is an unlined cotton summer kimono worn in casual settings such as summer festivals and to nearby bathhouses. The name translated literally as bathing cloth. So that sounds similar to the answer that we had before. Pantheon. Hello, Pantheon. How are you doing? You happy? I'm alright for a Monday. How are you doing? Are you happy? Are you happy for a Monday?
Man the battlements, repel the invaders.
Oh my. Oh my. We've got a raid. We've got a raid. We've got a raid. In fact, we've been raided by Pantheon. Hello. Hello, hello. How are you doing? How did your stream go? Did you have a good time? Welcome in, welcome in. It's only me again. It's me, Pantheon, from the internet. Hello. I'm having a bit of a practice day right now. I've kind of like, I've done a bit of work this morning, and now I'm just trying to practice a little bit, taking from a reference and seeing how it goes. It's not really going quite to plan right now, but it's not going quite to plan. But then if this sketch goes well, I then kind of want to turn it into something else. But there's a solid chance it'll get turned into nothing, because it's not really coming out the way I want it to. But hey, that's why we do practice. We do practice so that one day this will work. It was good, excellent. What were you working on today? For anyone who's unfamiliar with who Pantheon is, Pantheon does lots of lovely 3D stuff. So you know, if you're ever interested in 3D modeling, Pantheon does a load of that stuff. It's very cool. It's very, very cool. It's good, excellent. Yeah, you're making a new female character. It's got it all boxed out. So I do the details. Nice, nice. Well, this potentially, that's potentially where this will be going. Maybe, because I keep saying that I need to get my characters ready for Halloween. And so that might be what this kind of turns into if I can get it going the way I wanted it to. But more than anything, I was just kind of just wanted to get some sketch practice in and see if I could actually sketch something. The thing was, I'm trying to sketch something without doing a structure, and I think I still kind of need structure. Structure is not really working out for me. Or rather, working without structure is not working out for me. A vampire. This isn't specifically meant to be a vampire. But in the past, I had a character. Well, I had two characters. I had two characters which I kind of gave the really basic names of Itch and Kin. And Itch was a witch, and Kin was an animated pumpkin head. And I always wanted to do something with them, but I got very distracted by gnomes. I got really distracted by gnomes, so it never really kind of took off. And I've always been meaning to come back to them. And then I saw a picture of someone on Instagram. And I was kind of like, could that work as a base? Could that work as an idea? I don't know if it will. But I figured today I was running out a little bit of ideas to do today. And so I thought, I'll tell you what, I've been putting off doing that. And Halloween's only round the corner, so maybe I should practice. But I'm not loving what I've done. Not loving what I've done right now. Hello again, Milka. Over on the YouTubes. How are you doing? Although this is not entirely the reason. When I saw this image, I kind of thought, oh, that could work as a base. Or the other thing that I thought was kind of cool was I was thinking about the base of this image might work. Like the lady in the image is she's just kind of wearing a dress with two high splits in the sides. And I kind of like, that's cool. But I was there thinking, what would be really cool is, and she does like cosplays and stuff. And I was just kind of like, do you know what would be cool if you combined that with some form of like leggings, and then it could look really cool as some kind of like a vampire hunter or a witch hunter or something. Especially with the hat that she had going on. But the hat, I feel like I'd probably change it for a bigger hat. Anyway, that's what got my brain going on it. So like she did have this split dress going on, but I'm not intending for it to be a split dress. I kind of want to change it. I want to change it from a split dress to just like that's just kind of like over the top. So actually the split dress becomes more like a tabard really. Is kind of what was going through my brain. I think I've made the body a bit too long. I think I need... You need food? You get food, dude. Yep. Do all the things that you can't do when you're streaming. And thank you again for raiding in. Hanson, hello Hanson. Did we stop playing Dune? We've stopped playing Dune for a bit because I completed all the quests, so there wasn't really anything to do. So yeah, we've stopped playing Dune at the moment. We might go back to Dune. I mean, I'm playing it by ear, really. I'm playing by ear, kind of like see what kind of content comes out for it. So I'm complete. If like if more like storyline stuff comes out, I'm completely up for playing it. But yeah, just at the moment, kind of finished what there was to do. Hello, Target. Did you consider entering your base in the base building? Nah, not. Like I've seen some of the bases that people build. I'm good. I'm good. I'll get more story, or at least a reason to farm Deep Desert other than getting gear that lets you survive farming Deep Desert. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, if you get this gear, it will allow you to do the thing you just did. And I know it's under the pretense that it's kind of like it makes farming Deep Desert easier. But does it? Really? Does it really make it that much easier to farm Deep Desert? Yeah, I'm very keen. I'm very keen to know where they go with like the story and stuff. Like for anyone who's been like been hanging out in the streams for the last few months, you know that I started trying to do the books, the June books, just to kind of see what was going on. However, I did get very bored with the books. So I'm probably just going to read some wiki summaries probably of the books. Although I just to clarify though, I did, you know, like the first one's good. I do like the first Dune book because it, you know, the kind of like it does a bunch of world building and whatnot. But the follow-up books, not really a massive fan of. Boo this blasphemy! Boo this man, boo! I'm sorry, Target. Target is immediately reporting the stream. It's like hate speech. This is, you can't say you don't like the Dune books. But yeah, I'm curious to see if they add more story into Dune Awakening. I'm curious to see where they go with the story. The last bit, kind of like that we did of the story, I was kind of like, oh, okay. I mean, there was clips, wasn't there? There was clips where I was like, I don't know who this person is, which I know a couple of people in chat were like, oh, he comes up later in the books. I was like, okay, cool. So I'm kind of curious to see the reveal that happened at, was it the end of Act 2? I think it was. That was like the end of Act 2, wasn't it? I'm trying not to say who it is so we don't get into like spoilers for anyone who didn't get that far in the story, just in case. Though I think most people here have finished it, but just in case, I'm trying not to say who it is in case, you know, someone's not done all the story in the game. So I'm kind of curious to find out where we go with who that person is, and if we find out, yeah, like that could interest me. But if it's not, the other bit, which I think I have said before, so apologies to anyone who I'm kind of like going over the same ground again. But one of the bits that does concern me is the dev Q&A, the dev AMA, where the implication was, oh sorry, not the implication, the insinuation based on their answers was that there wasn't going to be any more single player content. And so whatever had happened in Act 1 and 2, sorry, not 2 and 3, that's the wrong way around. Whatever, you know, had happened in Act 1 and 2 was kind of it for single player, and that potentially we were going to find out the rest of the story in multiplayer, which, if that's the case, you know, I like multiplayer. I do enjoy multiplayer, but I don't really want to do the story as multiplayer. I kind of want to do that as single player. So who knows? We'll keep an eye on it. We'll definitely keep an eye on it because I liked it. I liked many elements of Dune. And yeah, Carnage, you were saying you hope the contract board would be in by now to add some basic quests. Is that have they confirmed that that's definitely happening? Is that definitely happening? And yeah, Target adding. Well, do you know what, Target? Adding a tank. Adding a tank for PvP battles. Oh, sorry, yeah, adding PvP tank battles. I think could be good, unless they just put them in Deep Desert. Because if they put them in Deep Desert, I just don't think it's going to work very well. So hopefully they're going to put that on a different map. Hopefully they'll put that on a different map. I think it could be... Oh, Critter's having a moment. I think it could be interesting if they made a brand new map for it. Like the Carthage... The Carthage stuff they've talked about. I think maybe if the tank battle is there, that could be interesting. Because that'll be a much more urban location. While I don't necessarily... I suppose what I should probably say is... While I wouldn't necessarily say that would fix... While it wouldn't necessarily save the game, I think that would probably be enough to get some people to come back for a bit, to give that a whirl. I think it would be a step in the right direction, let's put it that way. But maybe not the cure. Yana, you got the fan is... I think the fan... I think the fan here came on around 25.5 degrees, I think it was. But yes, the fan is also very much on here too. Carnage. Oh, for the contract boards, they said week 1 they would do it, but they fell silent because it takes time to write. Yeah, yeah, which I do kind of understand to a degree, but they do take a long time to kind of get moving on things they said would happen. And target added PV battles could be fun. Oh yeah. Like as I say, I think it would be enough to bring people back for a bit. I don't think it would be enough to bring them back permanently on its own. Yeah, it would need more than. It would need more than just PvP tank battles, definitely. So being attacked by my own hair right now. What are you doing? At least I hope it's my own hair. That or it's a spider. One of the two. Oh, I put on a t-shirt last week. And I think it must have come off the t-shirt. But then I just felt something crawl across the back of my head. Oh, I just felt something crawl across the back of my head. I was like, that's just a label. That's just the label of my t-shirt. And then it kind of went beep, 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 beep. And then it came down this, and I felt it like come down. And then I just looked and I just saw this spider just crawling down my shoulder. I was like, no. Bad, naughty spider. Time for you to get off me. Not a fan. Not a fan at all. What are we doing? What am I doing? Oh dear. Oh, yeah. Well, but you got 23 degrees. Is that outside? Yeah, outside for us is 20 degrees. Inside for me at the moment is 26, which is not too bad, but definitely wanted my fan. Yesterday was horrid. Oh, do you know what? Yesterday was quite nice here, but it's because we had snow, not snow, rain. We had rain like pretty much all day yesterday, so it was lovely. Last week someone had a mini game in their stream where you saw a reading fish. What, as in a mini game? As in like getting like was chat drawing stuff? Just with your follow-up bit, you said you did a draft of it yourself at the weekend. Chat could do fishing. Okay. kind of things, shoes, crabs, and a reading fish. So the reading fish was one of the things that was fished out. Ooh, Esky! Hello, Esky. How you doing? How's it going? Are you well? Are you in full practice mode? Are you in full practice mode for your chess tournament? While also maintaining your C rank for Brood War. Can I donate some beard to your home here? You got tilted. You got tilted and shaved everything off. What are you doing? You madman. Why? Right, look, if you ever get tilted again, you need to contact me. So I can talk you down. So I can talk you down from such utter madness. Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Dude, when did you... Have you streamed since you shaved it all off? Wait, I was literally about to say, can I say... Have you got, like, a stream where you've shaved it all off? Or have you got... Send me a photo. Wait, hold on. Does this mean I've got to update the vulture again? Hold on, guys. We might have a thing for the afternoon. We might need to go back to the vulture kebab. It might need updating. Good afternoon, Wedifar. How you doing? Oh, man, you got tilted and shaved it off. Oh, dear. You gotta get good at chess within a month? Dude, you can play chess. I mean, look. Are you going with the intention of winning the entire tournament? Or are you going with the intention of having some fun? I don't even... Do you know... I like chess, or at least what I remember of chess. I like chess. I haven't played chess in so long. I also don't think I've ever played chess outside of like playing it against a computer. I can't remember ever really. I can't remember playing chess with a person. So, like, when I see you doing, like, the streams and stuff, when you're doing the streams and you're, like, you know, you're going over the tactics and you're listening to those guys breaking down how it all went, I'm just like, I've got no idea what all this is. Watching people talk about chess is a great way to feel like you're very not smart. More so than potentially I already do. Because you watch people talk about chess and you're like, what is going on? What is going on? You're going with the intention not to make yourself look like a fool. Yeah, I mean... Well, I mean, I think the important thing then, if you're going with the intention to make yourself not look like a fool, is don't go saying that you're the best that there ever was. You're the best around. Maybe don't go. Maybe don't go. You know, with like a boombox. I just got visions of you now with no facial hair, just like walking into the chess place with a boombox on your shoulder, and it's just pumping out the Pokemon theme. You just there get just like you stop next to someone playing chess, and then you just press play, and you only listen to the first few lyrics, and you just eye contact with them. Boombox going, I wanna be the very best, the best there ever was. Stop, and then you just walk on. You walk to the next table. Walk to the next table, you look at them both. I wanna be the very best, the best there ever was. Stop. And then you just keep walking on. And that's, as long as you don't do that, don't do that. I don't recommend doing that at all. I think that would be a bad plan for you to go with. But as long as you don't do that, I don't think you're gonna make yourself look like a fool. I think it's cool as hell that you're going into a tournament. I really do. Are you going to be able to actually do any kind of streaming when you're there? Like, I'm guessing, I mean, I suppose, do you want to? Do you want to do any streaming while you're there, or just go there and enjoy it? I've done all these angles wrong. These angles are all wrong. I need to fix this. This needs to not come out here. I need to bring that, because if this is, so if we come back to this here, we've got this going this way. This is coming this way. I need this. We actually don't see this until here. And then I'm going to bring that leg, because it's down. I'm going to bring this leg lower. Like that. And I'm going to be brutal. I'm going to delete all of that. To try and show that a bit more. Still not quite on it. This is me. For anyone who wasn't here before, this is me. I'm trying to use a reference and see how I can get on with a reference, but I'm really bad at following references, so that's kind of why I'm trying to do this practice, so I can get better at a reference. It's not entirely working, but don't worry about it. You'll make a mental note not to do that. Good. I mean, I suppose the first bit would just be kind of like leave the boombox at home. But, some people, we have to travel with these things. Oh, Esky, what have you done? Oh my God! You are under absolutely no obligation here. Wait, I don't actually know. I don't know if he's in the middle of an ad break right now. Holy moly. It's crazy, isn't it, how much facial hair changes your look. He's gone into chess mode. I'm going to wait until we're definitely away from adverts, because I don't want to put that picture on screen if he doesn't want it on screen. Feel free to put it on stream. Good lord. Good lord. You got no ads? Oh, have you got no ads? Oh, fair dues. Fair dues. Hang on. We've got to... Right, let's bring this back. Let's grab this. Where is he? Let's grab this. So we had the beautiful. In fact, I might try and do an artist rendition, just rather than people being subjected to the full force of kind of like it makes this might be the worst bit. This might be the worst bit, Esky. I think that makes you look English. I don't know how you feel about that. It's like you found your English long lost brother. So for anyone who's got no idea what's going on, all right, let's grab it. Let's grab it. Come here. Come here. Right, okay. So we got like happy streamer. So we got like, so, you know, we got like happy streamer. Oh, that's too thick, isn't it? It's too thick. So we've got happy streamer. Happy streamer, and then we've got Crime Watch. You know, it's kind of crazy how it goes. It's kind of crazy how it goes. But the this is why I don't shave off this beard, dude. This is why I don't shave off this beard. But now I feel like we need like a new, like, we've got to get this accurate, haven't we? This isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. So we're just going to have to... That's what we've got going on. Alright. So we've got to bring all this in. It's alright, dude. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'm going to keep this... I'm going to keep the strong jawline. I'm going to keep this straw jawline in, you know? Don't worry. And what's amazing is we're getting a little bit of Esky lore. We're getting a little bit of Esky lore. 'Cause you've got a little dimple chin, haven't you? I'll have to get that in. I'll have to get that in somehow. So, there we go. There we go. Look at that. Somehow you now look like a weird version of Santa Claus by doing this. But it's alright. It's alright. It's alright. We're going to get this sorted. We're going to get this... I'll tell you what, we'll snag that, and we'll snag that. So we've got to get a little bit of a shadow in, and then we'll still have a bit of shadow going on there. And we've got to get those cheek lines in. It's alright. Don't you worry, buddy. Don't you worry. As far as anyone's concerned, there never was a beard. There never was a beard, because we're just gonna be like, if anyone says, didn't you used to have a beard? You can just point at this and go, would Bearded have drawn me without a beard? No, no, never had one. Never had one. It's alright. It's alright, we're going to do it. We're doing it live. I've just realised how much longer the beard makes your face. But don't you fret. Don't you fret, alright? We'll be okay. We're going to get through this, buddy. But next time you think about shaving off your beard, fucking call me. Jeez, oh man. We'll get that going in. Alright. We've got to get in a little bit of detail. A little bit of detail under the lip there. And he got his little dimple chin. Little dimple chin. There you go. Little dimple chin going on. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Alright. And then we'll get a bit under there. Okay. That's alright. It's good. It's good. There you go, mate. Look. See? There we are. There we are, mate. It's like... It's perfect. It's perfect. No one will ever know. There was Esky. There's also Esky. Esky was there. Now he's there. It's like picture perfect. Picture perfect right there. Don't you worry, buddy. I got you back. I got you back. No one has to know. There we are. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna grab that bit of the image. I'll grab that much of the image and we'll just oh, it's only picking up the layer. That's horrifying. It just picked up the layer, not the whole image. I didn't realise you guys can't see. But what I apparently just decided to send to Esky was that. Just that. Just weird fleshy coloured stuff. So let's forget that. Let's grab this, and there you go. There we go, buddy. There we are. I don't want you to feel like you've not got all the variations you need. Sorted. Sorted. Save as. Save as. Just in case we ever need to come back to this. Version 2. Keep it as a separate version. There we are, mate. There you go. Sorted. Sorted. Sorted, sorted. So I'm curious, how long do you think that'll take you to grow back? Will you have it grown back for the chess tournament? Or is this so that you can turn up to the chess tournament and like no one knows who you are really? Is that part of the plan? I think part of what's throwing this off is this line, which technically this line isn't here. It was there just as a bit of a thing. But if I get rid of that line, then that means I can bring the body, turn the body more this way. Nope. Nope. Oh, I've started messing too much now. This is what I've done. That's where the middle of the bust is. And that's where the middle of the body is. Twerp. Twerp. What am I doing? No, dislike everything that's going on here. Start again. Start again. You hope it grows back in a month. But look, I mean, on the plus side though, is it cooler? Like, is it doing well for the heat? In fact, that was never going to work, was it? Because I've got her body. The body is, her body is twisted. Because her hips are facing that way, but that's not where the direction her chest is. Her chest is facing forward. So we've got this body. Sorry, right. I'm trying to figure out what, because if the body is here, Oh, sorry, I say the body. The top half of the body is facing this way, but then the bottom half of the body is twisting this way. So like there. It's coming up like that. That's too far. That's too far, isn't it? I've been so distraught now about Eski's beard. It's completely thrown off everything I can't think how I'm trying to draw anymore. That's what I'm going to blame it on. And sorry, just scrolling back to what you said before. After, when you'd shaved your beard off, you went to soccer practice and one of your friends shook your hand and said, "Nice to meet you, Ben." So it's a solid English name there. Yeah, that works. Yeah, common English name. I told you, man. You look, you've got a bit of that, got a bit of English in you there without a beard. It's cracking. The temps are fine, and you're way more aerodynamic. I hope you're just doing like a Naruto run, going. Anyway. I love it. I love it. I do. It's good. It's good. Do you know what I think part of the problem is? I think part of the problem is I put this seam too far round. I think that's not helping. The problem is I'm trying to use a reference, but I'm also trying to change the clothing of the reference at the same time. So like I think I was saying before, like she's got like a split dress. She's got like a split dress, whereas I've tried to give her like kind of like leggings type thing going on. And so I think the split should probably be more about here. More like that, which pushes all of that back. But anyway, more importantly, so you got about a month. You got a month to get ready for this chess tournament. And then in terms of like, I don't understand how this works in terms of entering the tournament. Do you go in? Because I'm presuming, are you like officially unranked? Because I know people talk about like their chess rank, and I have no clue how that is calculated. So do you, or are you ranked in another way? Unrated, sorry. Unrated, not unranked. There is an over 2000 race tournament, and there's an under 2000. Okay, you're joining everyone under 2000, but that means everyone up until 2000 is going to be there. So because I haven't really got a good point of reference for this, because any tournament stuff I've done has just been like has had like more categories. So what if you could you even guess at what rating you think you are, like from when you've done like the online stuff? Do you have like a vague idea what rating you are? Online, you're 1300. Okay. I've gone so off from the reference image now. I should have gone with my original plan. I should have gone with my, well, I say my original plan. I did want to try and use this image as a reference, but what I should have done was done a construction line first. Done construction lines, and then gone from there. Well, I was trying to see if I could do it just with the ref, because like I see, it's kind of weird. Like a lot of time when I'm trying to work out how to do certain things, you'll see people do them in very different ways. And sometimes I'll just try a different way because I want to see if like it fits better, like it works better in my brain. Doesn't always. Doesn't always, and trying to use a reference. I don't know, something about a reference just doesn't seem to work very well. But I see some people use references and they like do amazing things working off references. And this just hasn't worked out very well. I might try this again offline and just work from construction lines. Yeah. What time are we on? Okay, we still got time. We still got time to figure something out. And by time, I'm like, it's not like this has to be done by the end of today. In any way, shape, or form, does this have to be done by the end of today? I just realise I'm putting quite a curve here, aren't I? I need to bring this in more. I mean, ultimately, the whole idea of this as well was to start adding extra bits. Like, obviously, we'd put the leggings on. Like, that had already been a bit. And then probably some kind of a belt. I don't necessarily know what I was going to do with the belt. I think partly because I hadn't quite decided whether this was going to be Itch, which was the character I was talking about before, or if it was just going to be some kind of a just a more generic witch or witch hunter. I hadn't really decided. You're gonna go for a shower and go about your life as Ben. I'll see you in the UK soon. Well, look, it'll be all right, mate. Because when you turn up, you'll be able to use the the aisle that's for the UK people, rather than having to wait in the European queue. You can just queue straight into the European one, straight into the British one. It'll be great. Thank you for dropping by. You're like witch hunters or witches. Have to have massive hats. If they don't have massive hats, what are they doing? And why have they chosen this life? They don't get to have massive hats. Then, if this was to be Itchen, then she'd need kin. Ooh, I've not drawn these guys in ages. I even remember exactly how I draw him. What?
Now, let's all have a cup of tea.
Indeed. Indeed. I will hydrate in just a second. Hello, Max. How you doing? How's it going? Whom I just woke up. Hopefully the insane hours shifts are over for now. As it's been a rather long weekend. I've been doing 12 to 13 hour shifts for the past 3 weeks. Ooh. But think of all the hedgehogs and cats you've been able to make friends with. You're doing nothing, but it was still a lot of hours. I mean, you say you're doing nothing, but that kind of like, that almost makes it worse, doesn't it? Because when you got nothing, if nothing's like going on, which I suppose from a security point of view is a good thing, if nothing's going on, but that does, like, your brain, I don't know, my brain does this a lot. Like, if there's nothing going on, I just start going to sleep. And my brain just kind of goes, hey, nothing's happening right now, we should sleep. So I imagine if you're having to do a shift with nothing happening, that must be tricky. It was a very posh office, and they only had Herman Miller chairs. You want one? I think we talked about Herman Miller chairs before, haven't we? I think we googled them back when I got my new chair a long time ago. So I can't really call it a new chair anymore. Yeah, Squadra. I don't know. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I don't really know. I don't really know what I'm drawing right now. Every now and then I kind of want to draw some kind of like cosmic horror type thing. I think this is kind of going down that route. Remember, you just got a very sus electric bill of €0. That's, I mean, maybe they just think you're a really swell person who deserves free electricity. There's nothing weird about that. Don't know what you're talking about. You had extra. Oh, you had extra in the account, so it just zeroed it out. Gotcha. I had something not entirely dissimilar. When I first moved into my old apartment, they had me paying like about 60 quid a month for electric, which was not, which was fine. And then after a few months of me submitting bills, they kind of went, "Oh, you're massively overpaying your electric." And I went down to not zero, but I paid £3 a month for a year. Which was nice. Because I'd paid something like 60, and this was just how little I used to use my apartment. Just because of how little I used to use my apartment back then. Because for I think it was about 3 months I was paying about 60 quid a month, and then after that, and they had enough meter readings, they went, "Yeah, no, we need to charge you less." So, Max, if they had loads of these chairs in the office and you were the person running security, what would it take to cover you just wheeling one of those chairs out and taking it home? For the purposes of Twitch TOS, I'm not trying to encourage crime. This is a purely hypothetical conversation with no thought process of someone actually doing this. But Max, have you considered that you're the one that would be checking? You can't fit one in your smart car. I see. So the best bit is, so what I take away from this, Max, is you've thought about it. You've had this thought process and you've looked at your smart car and you've gone, the smart car's not really big enough. Okay. Alright. For a moment, I felt bad, and then I realised that you'd already thought this through, and therefore you're a criminal. And I'm not a criminal because I didn't think of it first. Whoever thought of it first is a criminal. There we go. And the cameras. Yeah, but you're in charge of the cameras, aren't you? You're the security man. You're in charge of the cameras, so it's just your smart car that stopped you. Can you not just borrow someone else's car for one evening? Just tell your mate. Just tell your mate who's got a bigger car. Just say, "Look, my car's in the garage, getting repaired. Can I just borrow your car this evening?" And they'll be like, "Yeah," because they're your mate. And then you go and you do the crime in their car. You can't be a criminal. You have a badge that says otherwise. No, no, Max. You have a badge that says you haven't been caught. That's a whole different thing. You have a badge that says you haven't been caught, not that you're not a criminal. And target, what's this thing? A mind flayer, a nude? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know where this came from. I was just trying to draw a person before, and then I was like, hey, let's just do this instead. Herein lies the problem with not really having a proper plan for how to cover 8 hours of streaming. You end up doing things like this. Use a whole bunch of twine to tie the garments. You see, now I'm just thinking of Mr. Bean. I'm just thinking of Mr. Bean trying to get it. I can't remember what Mr. Bean was doing with the chair at the time. I can't remember if he was deliberately trying to drive with the chair on the roof. But that's now what I'm thinking of. Just the Max version. Just like that. That's just imagine the smart car version of that in Milan. Perfect. Perfect. That's what you got to do, Max. You just got to do that. Whatever I was planning on doing with that, I think I'm going to get rid of it. I think I'm going to ditch that. I think so. I think we're going to get rid of that. I don't think it was going very well. Yana, test new colours on paper to see how it looks. Oh, you've been having a bit of an arty day. Good. Do. Sorry, Yana, you were saying neutral tint is bluish black. Vague inkling, despite the one of them's really perfect for skin colours for Caucasians. Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, chuck the stuff in. What the art channel's there for sharing arty things. So yeah, show it off. Sponsor. What do I think of ramen? I had some ramen at the weekend. I like ramen. In fact, you know what? Last week I had ramen twice. I haven't had ramen in ages, and I had it twice yesterday. Twice last week, sorry. Not twice in a day, that would be obscene. Target's just gone off to go and, strap some chairs to the top of a car. It's how he knows it works. Sponsor, you were getting your half-closed pizza. Wait, is the pizza filled with ramen? My favorite type of oh, I don't know. I don't necessarily know lots about ramen. I just know the ramen that I have. What's the ramen that I have? The ramen. Oh wow, are they not there? I can't find them. I can't find the ramen. The ramen hide from me. Don't hide from me, ramen. Don't hide. Do you know what? This is how long it is since I bought ramen. This is how long. Indomie. Indomie ramen is the ramen I have. So I suppose technically that's my favorite ramen because that's the one that I have all the time. There you go. There's the ramen. There's the ramen that I have. Starchild. Hello, hello. How are you doing, Sarah? Are you well? Are you excited for a new day? Creature designing. I don't really know what I'm doing right now. I think what this is called padding for time. Because I'm not really, I don't know what this is. I don't know what it's meant to be. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Sponsor, wait, Squire smokes? No, I don't smoke. I don't think anyone said I smoke. No. You just finished remapping your mouse because Corsair won't let you just copy an entire mouse profile. I didn't even know mice could have profiles. You need to save each individual key map per profile and load it into one by one into a new mouse. That sounds like a pain in the bum. Sounds like a pain in the bum. Sponsor, wait a minute, just plain instant noodles. And they've got like garlic in them and chili in them. But yeah, they're not like a specific flavour. No. Ooh, a tedious as heck. Did it faster just screenshotting and redoing it all. Ooh. New mouse wheel scroll has friction. Please you believe it won't have the warranty out? Oh dear. Oh dear. You talk about ramen real... Wait, what's... do I want to ask what real ramen is? And I'm reasonably certain those were labelled as ramen. It's stir-fried noodles, I suppose. Yeah. Do, 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 do. probably going to wrap up in a minute. I think. I don't know if we'll carry on with this, whatever this is. I don't know what this is. Maybe this falls under some kind of eldritch horror. I don't know. What day is today? Today is Monday, right? Today's Monday. So, tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow I'll figure something out arty-wise. I mean, I've still got more to do with the Dewberry. I don't really know whether this was meant to be a shoulder. I don't know what this was meant to be. I just started doodling it. I started doodling, and this is where we've ended up. This is what happens when we doodle, guys. This is what happens. I don't really know what this was meant to be. I think it was meant to be a shoulder pad. I think that's what I was kind of aiming for. So let's say it was the start of a shoulder pad. Or whatever that was going to be. But yeah. Yeah. That's that. Oh wait, hang on, sorry, yeah, and Yana, sorry, the colours. Nice, nice. I really like that first one. I don't know what it is. It's me. I really like that colour, but I can't tell you what it is. Whatever the top left one is, I really like. Is that I don't know. Would it? Can I call that mango? Can I call like the top left one mango? Would that work? Who knows what it is? And obviously you guys, because your eyes work, but mine don't. So, yeah. I mean, maybe I'll do some more on this. I don't know. Maybe I'll have more of a think about it. Maybe this could be some kind of an eldritch horror that comes out of the portals in Gnome World. Maybe that's what this could be. Who knows? Who knows? Tune in next week for Bearded Talks Shit. Do you want to hear more Bearded talking nonsense? Like and subscribe. Indian yellow. Wait, oh god, wait, hang on, what? The top left is Indian yellow. Wait, oh man, this is where I'm going to look even more stupid. A mango's not orange. I thought mangoes were orange. Are they yellow? I'm going to have to Google this. Oh no. What colour is mango? What colour is mango? Mango. Okay, orangish yellow. Orangish yellow. Okay, cool. Alright. I'm not completely bust. I'm not completely stupid. Just partially. Orangish yellow. I'll stick with that. Ever watch Beastmaster? Reminds you of the Winged Devourer. No. Wait, so by the fact you said, is Beastmaster a movie? Because I feel like I could come up with a lot of answers if I type Beastmaster into the internet. (1982) American West German sword and sorcery film? Is that what we're talking about?
Beastmaster.
Reminds you of the Winged Devourer. Okay, so Winged Devourer. Let's see. Image. Give me the Winged Devourer. Winged Devourer. I've just got a very bare-chested man and what I presume is his hawk or eagle. The internet has failed me right now, but I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it, but the internet doesn't want to help me right now. So, anyway, right. Are we about to have an ad break? Tell you what, I'm going to dismiss that because we're so close to the end. Max, a friend of yours is roaming Manchester right now. You told him about the tiramisu draw place. Nice. Nice. Okay, guys, we're done. We're done for the day. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing more arty bits, and probably arting in the afternoon, because I've not got any particular gaming bits planned at the moment. So that's that. That's all of that. We're all done. Which leaves me with, if you've been here, thank you very much. If you've been talking in chat, thank you even more. I have told you where I'll be. So whatever you choose to do with the rest of your day, I hope that you have a fantastic time. And until I next see you, until then, goodbye.